What's up, guys? AWS is having issues. Yeah, since like last night. I know I was trying to watch weird documentaries when I went to sleep on Amazon Prime, and they were like, "We can't authenticate your account." Oh, son of a bitch. Keeps going up because Mr. Retail is being forced to diamond hand right now. No, they're buying like crazy. Things actually haven't gotten more bullish positionally, but we've been trading in a narrow enough range that the drop in volatility is slightly incentivizing call buying at the money. Or at least end of day Friday it was. Why are you guys trading fucking beyond? Jesus Christ. Gross. They're bankrupt. Already at the implied move. Uh-huh. I think there's still room to move up to 20 before we run into any resistance. It doesn't look like the support's getting pulled up too fast, although not very strong, I guess. Yeah, maybe we run into resistance here at the implied move. Hmm. We're a little bit overextended to the upside right now. I don't think there's much to squeeze off up here. What Doge? God has traded 270 million shares so far this morning. Gross. Bankruptcy hasn't stopped us before, but it should have. The reason I say this is because you guys are bad at selling things that you're up on. You're up like a little bit, and then you're like, this is it. I'm a millionaire now. Did you guys know that 44% of Americans believe that they can be a billionaire? Despite only 0.00001% of them actually being billionaires? I think societally that might be a problem. To be fair, they also can't read. That's true. What's actually the completely illiterate levels aren't that shocking. It's the adults with reading levels less than that of a sixth grader. That shit's frightening. That's why most of them vote against taxing the rich. Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't say it's
Well, I see
all
myself as
MAGA,
fickle in
but
my
it could be
breakouts. It's my
disproportionately
birthday, so
so.
I'll give you money because I'm a PW. When down,
Soros.
ducking
Gherk,
bulls.
it's my birthday, so I'll give you
Equal
money because I'm
five.
a pigeon whale. Fuck yeah. Wind down, fucking bulls. I don't know. We might get a little sell off from here, like a test at 20. I would imagine some profit taking because calls are priced up. It looks like there's already profit taking going on at 6,700, like '05 and 10. So downside softening a bit. We just need a rejection or the momentum of profit taking to swing us back. And then I would I would say a 6,700 test is reasonable. A loss of 6,700 might be a little bit bearish. Yep, there we go. Look at that. Right on time. You guys know that sometimes I feel like the conductor in Thomas the Tank Engine, who runs the Isle of Sodor, or maybe it's just George Carlin. Yes, Mr. Topham Hat. Of course, George Carlin era. I feel attacked. Also, need to just FYI, it's Topham Hat. Two T's? I can't remember. It's one or two T's. AWS is down, so people can't buy puts. Excuse me, I've not watched it in like a decade. My kids are teenagers. Give me some credit. Why aren't you watching it like yourself? I rewatch every like 5 years. Yeah, I've seen the YouTube videos where they have like the George Carlin stand up in the episodes of Thomas the Tank Engine. They're hysterical. Upstart plus 5%. Okay. But still under 50, right? So who cares? You know what's more important today? Carvana's down. Again. What's on ES approaching all-time high? Still a bit off from that now. I feel like the all-time high is still like another 1% above us. That's the only upside resistance anyway. So not that crazy. Kitty check? How's the little guy doing? I don't know. WeBull on iPad is working, but desktop's been frozen all morning. Weird. Yeah, it might just be AWS issues. I know they're having some right now. Clarence's ghost finally went into the light. The past 5 years of him haunting me, watching your stream, I've inadvertently learned to trade. So I'll stay on as myself, though. The real housewife of the Midwest. Congratulations, former ghost of Clarence Saunders. Gamma Strike? Not hosted on AWS? No, it's fucking not. Subclock put an offer on a house this morning. Let's see how it goes. Nice. They're in the swamp or new place. You think Azure's any better? No, but it is today. I'm sorry to hear that, Popcorn. It's okay. It'll do Colonel some good to grow up with the mud people. Hmm. It pains me. So the S&P downgraded France. When's it our turn? Not today. Hmm. Good news is a dope house in an unpretentious but nice neighborhood where colonels cannot get run over. Okay, that's cool. I guess at least it's a upgrade from the current, so that's nice. Can you insure it? It's fine or whatever. Congratulations, Popcorn. Yeah, it's out of the major flood plans. Okay, good. I used 3 boxes of magic erasers to clean scuffs off the walls last week. Do you know that magic erasers produce more microplastics than like any other product on the planet? It's essentially just sandpaper with plastic. And so like each little scrub just piles and piles of microplastics. Dude got free birth control. If they're so bad, why do they taste so good? Guys, remember not to eat your melamine sponges. Uh, Looks like we're getting that 20 test. Do I want to do something here? I don't think I give a shit. Um, I bought a 2-day straddle on Thursday at market close. That's really the only thing I've got going for me right now. I feel like I'm not trading enough. Yeah, 2025 resistance. Looks like somebody bought a shitload of calls out at 40 and 45. Sold calls at 30, 35. Looks like we're starting to get some put spot at spot. How was your day off? Pretty good. Thanks for asking. Yeah, you bought 4,000 calls at 67.45. That's impressive. I thought you didn't have money for a Land Rover. Paper trades. Getting a lot more bot puts at spot. Starting to get a pretty clear path down to 6,700. Ivy skewing a bit to the downside. White House senior advisor Hassett speaking this morning. U.S. economy, right now the numbers are great. Are they? How do you know? Huh. Suspect. I think the shutdown is likely to end sometime this week. It's a lot of hopium. Another 3% day for gold. I thought the house was on recess this week. No idea. There's people there. I think they're on recess today, but back tomorrow. Give me one sec. Maybe up at one option contract. 25 calls for Jan is down like 8%. Why? Might be getting sold. Someone's just stepping on the spread. Ivy hasn't popped enough for it to reprice. There's a bunch of different possible reasons. Will we rocket up once the shutdown ends? I don't think the shutdown's preventing any growth. If anything, it's just acting as like a bit of pressure on volatility, but I would say even with that, not very much, not yet. It's really the longer it goes on, the more it kind of starts to crank that knob. Ha. Hmm. Nice. Unless this drops below like 67.13, I would be cautious that this is still just a simply a pullback before a higher high. This needs to we need to confirm a failure on this one because there's a bunch of out of the money calls that are bought like 20, 25, 30 that haven't fallen off yet. And so any bounce here is going to snap right into those calls and push up. VIX fell back to 19. Yes, does look like it's starting to top out a bit. Some of the 30 calls closed, but there's still calls at 20, 25 that need to break down before this can fail. But call ratio is still kind of exploding. Puts being sold at 10 and 6,700. Yeah, still bot calls 25-30. Grindy here, but more room for upside still. Looks like KV got a new CEO or interim CEO today. ES is still a bit short of Wednesday's high. Imagine what they're pushing for here. WeBull's looking out for me today by ensuring that I can't trade. Hmm. Don't seem to be having any problems with it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, that is weird. Okay. What the fuck? I think bulls could technically get this out to like 45 or 50 today if they pushed hard enough. Futures prior high test is like $2 away right now. The spread between delta and gamma flip's not really narrowing. It's under 19. I think. Although, I don't know. Fucking prices are fucked. It doesn't even have the right price for SPX. How's the right price for futures, though? At least it looks like it does. 67.25. Yep. So now we see if the calls here take profits and close out. We are getting a few bot calls at 30.35 with the push up, but we're also getting bot puts at both of those strikes. Doesn't look like there's any put selling so far above 67.10, or at least not very much. There's still a fairly clear shot down to 6,700 if we lose 67.15. Does that go down to 22.20? Push again, maybe? It depends. If we get capitulation here, we're probably gonna fall through the bot pets at 15. Push down. I guess losing 10 might be a little difficult, but I don't think it's very significant. There's a sold put wall building at 10 though. And 6,700 looks very supportive. Hey, Greenie. My paper trading account isn't working? Alright. It's okay. I have an ES contract on WeBull that keeps disappearing every few seconds. We had like a 5 sigma move to the upside on ES, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get some kind of moderate pullback at least. I don't know if we need to get the high test, but actually this is technically a lower high. One sec. Ugh. Yep, there's a little bit of downside. Okay. Yeah, overnight OI's starting to fall off. Yeah, okay. Looks a little, yeah, looks a little bit more bearish to the downside here. Let me see how much capitulation we got though. I don't know if it's enough. Eh. Kind of shit. Premiums are tanking. Hmm. There's a bunch of demand still on the 67.45 strike. But at the money, skew still favors the downside. I wonder how far we'd have to fall for vol to pop. I guess, yeah. I mean, losing 10 would probably drive vol up quite a bit. Also, maybe want to hold this. We're still above the implied move for the day. Just a bit. $12 bips. Is it? It looks like Beyond got bought a bunch in the morning session and it's been dropping ever since. Nice, Balani. More bot calls 30, 35. More bot puts at 35. Some calls getting bought back at 30. 25.20 is still not enough capitulation. Some puts getting bought back out of the money here. 95, 75, 70, and 50. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Yes, is slightly above the prior resistance. $2 above it. Think. Yeah, there's still delta out to 50. Positive delta, but delta all the same. Some support at 20, 6,700. Hmm. Delta flip 6,703. The vol crush on Fridays helping out a lot. And largely continuing. Remember, we don't have any data till the end of this week, so yeah, AWS is having issues. Fairly big ones. Test. Bot calls picking up 35.40. Still bot puts at 35 and 15. These don't seem to be moving either. The 40-45 calls are still there, although they've reduced in size a bit from this morning. I'm gonna give above 30 seems somewhat significant. $50 still looks like it's about as far as this can go. This is just bear flagging? No, it's going straight up. I still don't see any capitulation on in the money calls yet. Looks like more bot calls came in at 67.15. Oh, VIX less than 16. 16's the average. Although I think the average for this year is like 19. My SPX chart says 67.34, but the upper right hand number says 67.23. There's like a bunch of issues with AWS right now. Yeah, I saw Lance's up like 6% today. All the shit stocks are running today. It's gonna be funny if AWS comes back online and this tanks. Hmm. Still no in the money capitulation of any note. Also, no sold call or sold puts above 67.10. So this last like $20, $25, pretty much all driven by calls. They did chopped cheese on Saturday. It was the worst. Yeah, they're fucking disgusting. Why would you do that to yourself? Downside's starting to look a little bit more rough. Not very much though. Hmm. Some profit taking on the 40 calls. It's like a poor man's Philly. They're disgusting. Don't call it New York City food. It's just dog shit that became like popular on social media. Lonnie, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Milani a shout out for hooking you up. You ever eat mushed carrots? By choice or because my grandma overcooked them? Is this finally gonna dump? No idea. Might get a little bit of a pullback. Probably. Eh. I'm not super confident in it because we still haven't seen a lot of capitulation. So even if we do get one, I'm not sure it's going to be very strong. We are getting more bot puts, 35.40, but there's still a shitload of in the money bot calls all the way down to 67.10. So we're going to need some profit taking. I will say we're not getting very many sold puts anywhere near spot, so support's not great. And if profits are taken on this strip of calls, it could be somewhat damaging. God bless. You too, man. How's everything going, Balani? You doing all right? This is pumped because of government shutdown ending rumors. No idea. I would say this pump is just because vol fell off and then people bought a lot of calls. Downside's starting to get a little bit uglier. This is looking crummy. I don't know how they do anything but guide down on Wednesday because they're just gonna lie, right? Buy 67 tens, AFK for an hour. Profit. Nice. Is WeBull having issues with the AWS outage? Yeah, all morning apparently. I'm gonna enter long vol positions. Oh, I wasn't planning on it. Not anytime soon. Scared? No, they're just overpriced. Am I regarded for wanting to buy puts on Getty if it breaks below 44? No? Losing 50 was already pretty bearish. There's support at 42, though, that I would watch out for. Under 42, pretty bad. I don't know if 34 is a good target. Or at least I don't see any reason for considering 34 a target. I guess that's where Gamma bottoms out. So you're hoping it just dumps everything. 37 seems more reasonable. At least for now. I mean, positioning could shift down more, but hasn't yet. Ooh, we're getting some bot puts. 20 and 15 now. In addition to the bot puts at 35. Huh. Really tough. Really been tough. Having the stream on my ear during this time has kept me pretty grounded. I'm glad you're hanging in there, man. Life is precious. Time is sacred. Spend both wisely. Whatever you say, Magic Man. What's that supposed to mean? Gorak, the tooth still won't come out. And it's like the tooth fairy is too busy propping up the market. You should have told your kid if he doesn't pull his tooth out that daddy is going to lose all the tooth fairy money in the market. I don't give a fuck about Beyond. Why are you guys talking about Beyond? They weren't a good company before they were bankrupt. Butternut squash soup is fire. Alright, calm down. I know it's fall, but you don't need to get carried away with yourself. The problem that they're having appears to be related to trying to produce a product. No, the problem is producing a product that anybody wanted to buy. Since when does a company need to be good for their stock to go up? It's probably ideal if they're not bankrupt. If you want to chase fucking crap and lose your money on NASDAQ, be my guest. Bankrupt is better than a 10x PE ratio. Valid. No, short interest does not make anything a good play. Ever. Get the fuck off of Reddit. It's not even accurately reported. The reason short interest is high is because the stock fucking sucks. It's not like there's some fucking magical turnaround for Beyond. They're in so much fucking debt. That's not even funny. I sort stocks by short interest and by far out of the money calls on anything with high short interest. So far, it's worked never. They diluted beyond 400% last week. SI percentage is at 15% with the new dilution. Jesus Christ. How much money did they get? I mean, not much, obviously, but did they finally get rid of the CEO that bit that guy's ear off? No, it wasn't Mike Tyson. $1 billion for 300 million shares. Hmm. So they're gonna reduce their total debt load down to like point 3 billion, 300 million. They're still only making fucking $80 million a quarter. And I guess they have revenues at least, but their EBIT margin is like negative 35%. I wonder how much of that's due to debt payment. Get some sleep, Balani. We'll see you later, man. One sec. Hmm. Still not a lot of capitulation on in the money calls. Hmm. We're going to 50 by end of day. We can. There's finally a little bit of sold put support up here, but it's kind of thin. 30 and 25 mostly. I was doing well by exiting the call side straddle at the implied move. I don't see anything wrong with that. Hold on. VIX is still up a little bit. So far lower high, and the downside's getting a bit slippery. Remember, still supported mostly by bot calls. Hmm. I'm speaking. Hmm. Auctions are done.
What are you shooting for? Where's the pool? It's all right, leave it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to have the Prime Minister of Australia. Fantastic place. A lot of friends over there, and this is one of them right here. The Prime Minister is, as you know, Anthony Albanese, and he's highly respected. Done very well in his election, and I hear you're very popular today, right? I mean, it varies from day to day, but with all of us. But he's done a fantastic job as the Prime Minister. We're here to talk about trade, submarines, lots of other military equipment. They're big orderers of our great military equipment. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world by far. And, ooh, you got to watch that. Watch that. You're not allowed to break that. That mirror is 400 years old. A camera just hit the mirror. I just moved it up here special from the vaults, and first thing that happens, a camera hits it. Hard to believe, isn't it? Hard to believe, but these are the problems in life. So we're going to be here to talk about lots of different things, and we might take a few questions before, but we are discussing critical minerals and rare earths, and we're going to be signing an agreement that's been negotiated over a period of 4 or 5 months. And it was sort of good timing that we got it done just in time for the visit. And we worked together very much on rare earths, critical minerals, and lots of other things. And we've had a very good relationship. We've been working on that for quite a while. In about a year from now, we'll have so much critical mineral and rare earths that you won't know what to do with them. They'll be worth about $2. But in the meantime, we're working with Australia and other countries. They're working with us too, but other countries also on that. But we're really working on anything having to do with military protection, military ships, vehicles, guns, ammunition, everything, the whole thing. We've been long-time allies, and I would say there's never been anybody better. We fought wars together. We never had any doubts, and it's a great honor to have you as my friend. It's a great honor to have you in the United States of America. Please, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you so much, Mr. President, for the invitation here to the White House and for showing us around the improved Oval Office, and for what you're doing around here as well, and for the great honour as well of my delegation saying just across the road we could have walked, but they didn't let us. We drove all of 20 metres there from Blair House, but it's a great honour to be able to stay there. We are great friends and we're great allies, and this is a relationship that's been forged in the battlefields of the world. We have stood side by side for freedom and democracy, and congratulations, I must say, Mr.
Whoa.
President, on the work that you've done.
Trump doesn't like those words.
It's an extraordinary achievement. And on defence, we've already had a discussion about taking it to the next level. Our defence and security partnership with AUKUS is so important for us, and I thank you for the support.
VIX is at
that the
1889.
administration, giving as well. You've had the Chief of the Navy here as well.
Looks like WeBull's
which will
correct.
play, obviously, a very critical role with the subs and increasing the security for the region and the world. And our economic relationship is so important. The US has a trade surplus with Australia, as you know, and we can continue to take what is every opportunity to improve the relationship even further and make it even stronger. And today's agreement on critical minerals and rare earths is just taking it to the next level, seizing those opportunities which are before us to take our relationship to that next level. And it's been fantastic, the contact that we've had together, the friendship that we've developed. And Australians love America, and I think Americans kind of like Australia too.
Sure, we do.
And as we go forward, I think that today will be seen as a really significant day in our relationship. So I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony. It's an honor to sign this, and we'll do it now. And then we'll take some questions. Some good ones, I think. Okay.
Well, this is a $8.5 billion pipeline that we have ready to go.
That's right. It's all ready to go.
Just getting started.
And we're doing a real job on rare earth and many other things. Perhaps I could ask John to say a few words, and then we'll exchange papers. But just how are we doing on your naval purchases and all of the submarines that we're working on with Australia? How's that going?
Thank you, Mr. President. Obviously, Australia is a very important ally of ours in the Indo-Pacific and in every battle. They fought with us since World War I and have always been side by side. The facility that they're building, Surf West, is critical and very important to our ability to project power in the Indo-Pacific and work with our allies. So we're working very closely. I think what we're really trying to do is take the original AUKUS framework and improve it for all three parties and make it better and clarify some of the ambiguity that was in the prior agreement. So it should be a win-win for everybody, sir.
And the submarines that we're building for Australia are starting to really move along, right? The process is getting very exciting, isn't it?
We're getting better.
That's good. Very good.
It's going to be great.
Thank you very much. Maybe we'll hold this up. Okay.
Here we go.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
President.
The AUKUS submarine pact, the AUKUS defense pact that the
Prime Minister just mentioned, it is a critical issue for Australia.
Yes.
You haven't really spoken much about it publicly. It was a deal that was done under Joe Biden to sell submarines to Australia at a time when you're not really making enough for your own needs. So can you tell us, have you gotten across the details of the deal? Do you support it, and will you honour it?
It was made a while ago, and nobody did anything about it, and it was going too slowly. We do actually have a lot of submarines. We have the best submarines in the world, anywhere in the world, and we're building a few more currently under construction. And now we're starting, we have it all set. With Anthony, we've worked on this long and hard, and we're starting that process right now, and I think it's really moving along very rapidly, very well.
But if the rate of submarine production doesn't continue, how can you guarantee Australia will get the bonds?
Oh, it's getting, oh no, they're getting.
Mr. President, at least 32 people have been killed in those.
Excuse me, you're next.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
China's bad behavior has really only gotten worse since the AUKUS partnership was formed. With that in mind, is the door open for Australia to get additional nuclear-powered submarines or other military capabilities not already in the deal?
I think China's been very respectful of us. They're paying tremendous amounts of money to us as in the form of tariffs. As you know, they're paying 55%. That's a lot of money. They never were paying anything over years and years and years. But they were like anybody else. A lot of countries took advantage of the U.S. They're not taking advantage anymore. No, China's paying 55% and a potential 155% come November 1st unless we make a deal. And I'm meeting with President Xi. We have a very good relationship. We're going to be meeting in South Korea in a couple of weeks. And we'll see what we can do. We have a very good relationship with China, but you know, it's been probably a little bit like your relationship with China. They try and take advantage, but most countries do. I mean, I can say the European Union took advantage, but not anymore. We worked out a very fair trade deal. Japan, we worked out a very fair deal. South Korea, where I'll be meeting President Xi, we worked out a very fair deal. And I expect we'll probably work out a very fair deal with President Xi of China. So most of you will be with us. It's going to be very exciting. And I think we're going to work out something that's good for both countries.
Are you at least interested in expediting the nuclear-powered subs to Australia?
Well, we are doing that, yeah. We're doing that. We have them moving very, very quickly.
Mr. President, I don't think you've ever been to Australia. Have you thought about coming to Australia and trying out some of the golf courses?
I would, and I actually have been to Australia, and I did play one of your great golf courses. They have great golf courses there. But I have been to Australia, actually.
Would you come again?
Oh, I would. In fact, I've been invited to go, and
Indeed.
I'll have to give it serious consideration. No, it's a real possibility.
Did the Prime Minister invite you today?
He did.
And perhaps we could time it, must be said, with the President's Cup that Australia hosts as well. So
When is the President's Cup?
we'll organise it at a time suitable for you, Mr. President.
Please, in the back, please. Yeah, in the back, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, the Prime Minister mentioned that there's a trade imbalance that's very heavily in America's favour. Why does America slap such heavy tariffs on a friend and ally?
Well, we don't,
Australia?
yeah. Well, we do in some cases. We do in many cases because we've been treated unfairly. But actually, the tariffs are very light. The one thing is you buy a lot of airplanes, so that helps because you buy a lot of the beautiful Boeings, the best of the Boeings. Boeing, and by the way, Boeing is really doing well. They have lots of orders, and they're really doing a great job. They make a great plane. But Australia, because of its location, which is great, but one of the things dictated by that location is you have to order a lot of airplanes. So I guess we have that advantage. They need a lot of airplanes in Australia, and that gives us a little bit of an advantage.
Mr. President, yeah, your Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, in his Shangri-La speech in, I think it was May, warned about the potential likelihood or threat of President Xi ordering an invasion of Taiwan. 2027 is also the year that Fleet Base West is supposed to start rotating those US and UK submarines. Do you see AUKUS as a deterrent for China in the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, I do. I think it is, but I don't think we're going to need it. I think we'll be just fine with China. China doesn't want to do that. First of all, the United States is the strongest military power in the world by far. It's not even close. Not even close. We have the best equipment. We have the best of everything, and nobody's going to mess with that. And I don't see that at all with President Xi. I think we're going to get along very well as it pertains to Taiwan and others. Now, that doesn't mean it's not the apple of his eye, because probably it is. But I don't see anything happening. We have a very good trade relationship. We're going to have a very good, I think, when we leave South Korea, could be wrong, but I think we'll end up with a very strong trade deal. Both of us will be happy. No, I don't see that happening, no.
Given the trade surplus that the US enjoys with Australia, would you consider lifting the tariffs that you've imposed on Australia? And can you give us any details about the critical...
Yeah, well, the tariffs have been amazing because, tariffs have been really a reason that I was able to settle almost all of the, I've settled 8 wars in 8 months. Not bad. I have one more to go, and it's Russia-Ukraine, and I think we'll get there, but it's turned out to be nasty because you have 2 leaders that truly hate each other, You can't have it all, right? They hate each other beyond all else, and it makes it actually a little bit difficult. But we try, of the 8 deals, I would say because of tariffs, 4 or 5 of them were settled. It's an amazing thing, the power of tariffs in terms of our country. But tariffs have always been used against us. We never use them against anywhere else. And now you have a president that for national security reasons and other reasons is using them. And we've become a very rich nation again and a very secure nation again. But we've also become a nation that used that power of tariffs and the power of trade to settle 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8. I'm very proud of that. Nobody else has settled 1.
Quite a lot of profit taking on the 30 strike with that statement.
I think there probably hasn't been outside of the 2 countries involved, or however many are at war. I don't think there's ever been an outside country that settled a war, period. So I settled 8 in 8 months. I'm proud of that. Now, in the meantime, I'm running a country that's right now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We were dead. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country in the world, economically and otherwise. So. But I will say this, Australia pays very low tariffs, very, very low tariffs. In fact, Australia pays among the lowest tariffs. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, there's been concern in Australia that it's taken 9 months to get this meeting. Have you had any concerns with this administration, with its stance on Palestine, climate change, or even things the ambassador said about you in the past, the Australian ambassador?
I don't know anything about him. I mean, if he said bad, then maybe he'll like to apologize. I really don't know. Did an ambassador say something bad about him? Don't tell me. I don't. Where is he? Is he still working for you?
Yeah.
You said bad?
Before I took this position, Mr. President.
I don't like you either. I don't, and I probably never will. Go ahead. No, you went. Go ahead, behind you, President.
Mr. President, your Secretary of the Navy said there will be some clarifications around some ambiguities on AUKUS. Can you tell us?
Well, he'll get that taken care of. These are just minor details that he'll take care of.
Can I ask you specifically on...
John, you're going to get that taken care of, right? Correct. There shouldn't be any more clarifications because we're just going now full steam ahead building.
Yeah, Australia has a surplus.
Thank you. Mr. President, are you now satisfied with Australia's defence investment, or do you want Australia to invest more in defence?
Well, I'd always like more, but they have to do what they have to do. You can only do so much. I think they've been great. They're building magnificent holding pads for the submarines. It's going to be expensive, too. You wouldn't believe the level of complexity, right, and how expensive it is. They're building tremendous docking because they have a lot of ships and a lot of things happening. And I think their military has been very strong, very, very strong. Over here, please.
Mr. President, on the war that you haven't solved yet, the Ukraine-Russia situation, have you now locked in a meeting? And can you explain, just a few weeks ago at UNGA, you said that Ukraine could possibly win the war and
well, they could.
Territory, but now
they could still win it. I don't think they will, but they could still win it. I never said they would win it. I said they could win. Anything can happen. War is a very strange thing. A lot of bad things happen, a lot of good things happen. If you look at the Middle East, I would say prior to us hitting Iran so hard, we could have never made that deal because you would have had a dark cloud over the Middle East when we took out their nuclear capability, which was one of the great military maneuvers of all time. It was flawless. You saw that.
Yeah.
those magnificent B2s. I mean, that was a flawless move that was done by some very talented people, headed up by Pete and everybody else, and our great generals, and General in particular, Raisin Cane. We did a great job. And when that happened, everything was different, and we were able to get a deal. If we didn't do that, if it wasn't, they wanted to do that for 22 years, Mr. Prime Minister. For 22 years, I had the pilots here, the B-2 pilots, and they came to the Oval Office, and I thought they deserved it. They flew 37 hours back and forth. We had 52 tankers up there. We had a lot of planes up there with them, but they were the primary plane. But we had a lot of planes, F-22s and F-35s and F-6. We had a lot of planes. But we had 52 tankers. Can you believe that? And it was just like a flawless mission. And when it was finished, the Middle East just opened up. Amazing. And they've wanted to do it for 22 years. The pilots came up to me. They said, for 22 years, we practiced this maneuver. 3 times a year for 22 years, our predecessors and us. These are now young pilots, but they're older now. Predecessors practiced it. And they said, we never had a president that would let us do it, but I let him do it. And it totally opened up the Middle East. It took the cloud over we had a dark cloud over the Middle East, and now it's all, we have a little situation relatively with Hamas, and that will be taken care of very quickly if they don't straighten it out themselves, because they're in violation of their agreement.
On rare earth minerals, Australia is one of the only places in the world that processes rare earth minerals. Could there be an agreement? China has 90% of the processing. Could there be an agreement over processing rare earth minerals with Australia?
Sure, that's what we're doing. It's part of the agreement.
Part of the agreement.
Can you say with certainty?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. Just, sorry.
Yeah.
On a follow-up on Taiwan, there are reports that you will come up, or China is pressuring you to not support independence for Taiwan in exchange for a trade deal.
Well, I'm not going to talk about that. What I'll talk about, you and I will have that discussion in a couple of weeks when I'm in South Korea with President Xi. We're going to be talking about a lot of things. I assume that's going to be one of the things, but I'm not going to talk about that now. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you just alluded to the violence in the Middle East. What steps is the administration taking to maintain the ceasefire?
Well, a lot of steps, and right now it's in the hands of others. We have 59 countries that agreed to the deal. We have a peace in the Middle East for the first time ever. We made a deal with Hamas that they're going to be very good, they're going to behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated, and they know that. So they went in, and I don't believe it was the leadership, but they had some rebellion in there among themselves, and they killed some people, a lot of people. But this is a violent group. You probably noticed over the last 100 years, this is a very violent group of people. And they got very rambunctious, and they did things that they shouldn't be doing. And if they keep doing it, then we're going to go in and straighten it out, and it'll happen very quickly and pretty violently, unfortunately. Go ahead.
Yeah, just following up on that question, when you say we are going to eradicate Hamas, who is we? Does that include American boots on the ground?
No, it won't be on the ground at all. We don't need to, because we have many countries, as you know, signed on to this deal. The way I view it, 59 countries, and unanimous. There's never been, nobody ever believed it was right. Countries that 4 months ago didn't like each other, and now they're all aligned together. We've had countries calling me when they saw some of the killing with Hamas, saying, we'd love to go in and take care of the situation ourselves. In addition, you have Israel would go in 2 minutes if I asked him to go in. I could tell him, go in and take care of it. But right now, we haven't said that. We're going to give it a little chance, and hopefully there will be a little less violence. But right now, they're violent people. Hamas has been very violent. But they don't have the backing of Iran anymore. They don't have the backing of really anybody anymore. They have to be good. And if they're not good, they'll be eradicated.
Were any innocent civilians killed in the Caribbean.
Not you.
On
Go on,
Russia,
please.
could the Prime Minister weigh in on more on the processing?
Yeah.
And can Australia expand the process of rare earths?
Absolutely we can, and we have the capacity to do so, and part of this deal is very specific, $8.5 billion pipeline. There'll be $1 billion contributed from Australia and the United States over the next 6 months with projects that are immediately available. There's 3 groups of projects, ones that are joint activities between Australia and the United States, such as Alcoa. Secondly is projects that will be US investment that the US will undertake in Australia, including processing, and then ones that Australia will undertake, some as well. One of them is Australia, the US and Japan as well. So what we're trying to do here is to take the opportunities which are there. Australia has had a view for some time, a bit similar to putting America first.
Right.
Our plan's called A Future Made in Australia, which is about not just digging things up and exporting them, but how do we make sure that we have across the supply chains with our friends being able to benefit, seize those opportunities. So we certainly see part of what this is about isn't just digging things up, it's also about processing, including the joint ventures between Australia and the United States.
Can the US and Australia really compete with China? Aren't we decades behind in terms of the development?
No. You've been reading the wrong newspapers. We're not decades. We are way ahead of China militarily, the United States. We're way ahead of them in every form of military, other than they're building a lot of ships, and we'll have that started. We'll be catching them on that.
When it comes to
but we will, when it comes to weaponry, when it comes to, I'll go, right now, AI. The big thing is AI. They're building more plants in this country than anybody ever imagined. We're going to have over $20 trillion of investment for this year, where the most we ever had was a tiny fraction of that. As an example, Biden, who's the worst president in the history of our country by far, by the way, but they were less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're already now breaking $18 trillion of investment in
That's all right, man.
18 trillion. No country in history
What's
has
up,
ever
Bob?
done that. We're way ahead of China.
Is this
in
called
AI, and
Hamas
we're way ahead of
rambunctious?
China militarily from the standpoint of the sophisticated weapons. We have weapons that a lot of people don't even know about, and I got them started 4 years ago. I rebuilt the military 4 years ago, fortunately, because Biden didn't do anything but give a piece of it away to Afghanistan. Fortunately, as much as it sounded like it was a small part of what I built, but the Afghanistan giveaway was one of the worst. That was probably the most embarrassing day in the period in the history of our country. But we have the greatest military. We have the best equipment. We have the best manufacturers of equipment. We have the best weapons. When you look at our weapons, I've been talking a lot about our weapons. Everybody wants our weapons. But it's great to be working with Anthony. It's great to be working with the people of Australia, because they also, I mean, it's a smaller country, but you have done a fantastic job in weaponry and the kind of things that we do a lot of joint work together. Our militaries work very, very closely together. We've been really an amazing ally when you think of it, right? There's never been any games. We're strongly committed, and they're strongly committed. There are some games with other countries, but there haven't been games with Australia. Where do you come from?
I'm from Australia.
Who are you with?
The Sydney Morning Herald.
Nasty guy. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to ask a question.
All right, go ahead.
On in your first term, you worked with 2 Australian Prime Ministers, Scott Morrison and Malcolm Turnbull, you might remember.
Right.
They were from same side of politics as you. Mr. Albanese's different side. Can you tell us a bit more about what it's like to work with Mr. Albanese compared to those 2?
Well, I got along. I mean, that wouldn't be fair, because the man on my right has a big advantage. You know that, right? But I think he's doing a really good job, and we've had a very good relationship. I don't want to compare one with the other, but I'll tell you, this one is, they really have a great prime minister.
Thank you.
Okay, was that a good statement?
I'll use it in my ads in 28.
President Putin on Thursday, did you discuss
his ongoing attacks on civilian areas in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Did you say cut it out? You say show
Yeah.
an article of good faith to me?
I did. But as you know, most of the people dying are soldiers. The soldiers that are dying in Russia and Ukraine, it's unbelievable. 5,000 to 7,000 a week. Can you believe it? And I look at that and I say it's pretty amazing. But in addition to that, there are attacks on Kiev and some of the other places. And it's human lives, but the big number of human lives are soldiers that are being killed in the battlefield. Anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000, sometimes more than that every single week. It's not even believable. It's a bloodbath. It's the worst since the Second World War, the worst number of people. And you know, it doesn't affect us in any way. We don't pay anything because now they pay us for the weapons that they get. The NATO is paying us for the weapons, as you know. It doesn't affect, I guess you could say that's a positive thing, they pay us, but I'm not interested in that. I did straighten it out. Biden gave them $350 billion. Can you believe it? And all they did is get deeper in. It's a shame. Gave them $350 billion. A lot of lives were lost. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. But we do speak about that. I speak about all of the lives, but I do speak about the civilian lives. Yeah.
The First Lady has done such an amazing job on the Ukrainian children who were abducted by Russia. Would you support Senator Lindsey Graham's bill to declare Russia a terrorist state? And you have within your power, you're the most powerful man on earth. Why don't you just enable Ukraine to finish this war tomorrow?
Well, if you knew anything about what you were talking about, you'd be able. You do. I don't think you do, really. I don't think you do because it's a little more complicated than that. But it sounds easy. We're in the process of trying to make a deal. If we make a deal, that's great. If we don't make a deal, it'll be a lot of people are going to be paying a big price.
President Trump, so a question to both of you, if you don't mind. So
I love his haircut.
He's
I'm going to try that. No, I love it. Go ahead.
So, as we all know, China controls 90% of the global supply of critical minerals. They have launched attacks on Australian companies, primarily Lynas Rare Earths. What will happen to China if they don't play fair with this?
So, it's a very interesting question. We have a tremendous power, and that's the power of tariff. And I think that China will come to the table and make a very fair deal, because if they don't, they're going to be paying us 157% in tariffs. Right now, they're paying 55 to 57%. When I was first president, first term, we had the greatest economy we've ever had. And as you know, people don't write too much about it, but China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars worth of money for tariffs. Biden left it, but he didn't enforce it. He gave exceptions to almost everything. And so he left the tariffs, but he didn't really collect the numbers that he should have collected, and because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. So now the tariffs are much higher in China than they were before, and they're high on other countries depending on whether or not we like that country or we get along, and that's for national security purposes. So I made deals with Japan, I made deals with the European Union, or the whole of Europe practically, but the European Union, made deals with a lot of different people. We have a very fair deal for, I will say, Australia's paying a low number. They do have, I'll change it, we have a little bit of an advantage on that one. I told you, the advantage we have is airplanes. We sell a lot of airplanes to them and they need them. It's a very vibrant place and people go in and out, and I look forward to going there myself. And I think it's unlikely I'll be taking a ship. That's a long
journey.
That's a long. But China has treated us with great respect. Now, in the past, they didn't treat other presidents with great respect. They would take hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars out of the country, and they would spend it and build their military. Now they're treating us with great respect. Now, we'll see what happens. I said, if we don't make a deal, I'm putting on an additional 100% on November 1st. I think we'll make a deal. They threatened us with rare earths, and I threatened them with tariffs, but I could also threaten them with many other things. Like
Getting some more
airplanes. You know
bot
about
parts coming
airplanes,
in.
'cause they can't get parts for their
A
airplanes.
little bit of erosion in
We build their
the
airplanes. We do a
60,
great job.
like 710
They're
through
largely
6725
And we could stop
in the money
We did
calls.
stop the parts actually when they did the initial threat. That's a big. They closed down over.
Calls to the
400 of their
upside of spot
airplanes.
are selling off
But
pretty
we don't wanna
hard.
do that. But we have a much simpler thing. If we don't make a deal, we'll charge them a very substantial tariff, and they'll be paying us hundreds of billions of dollars a year, which they're basically paying right now. We had presidents that allowed China and other countries get away with murder. We're not going to allow that, but we're going to have a fair deal. I want to be good to China. I love my relationship with President Xi. We have a great relationship. I believe after we leave South Korea, we'll be there together. We thought that would be a good place to meet, and we're going to be meeting. I'll be in Malaysia, I'll be in Japan, I'll be in a couple of others. We'll be sort of doing a little bit of a tour. I've been invited to go to China, and I'll be doing that sometime fairly early next year. We have it sort of set. But I think we're going to have a very good relationship with China. And again, they will threaten us with rare earths. I don't think they're threatening us too much right now. But they could do that, but I threaten them with something I think is much more powerful, and that's tariffs. Because at a certain point, they will not be able to do any business with us. At a certain point, if they pay enough tariffs, it's almost like saying, we don't want to do business with you, but it's probably nicer. Saying you're going to pay 158, 157% tariff is a nicer way of saying that we don't want to do business with you. And if they don't do business with us, I think China's in big trouble, I'll be honest with you. I think China is, I don't know that they even make it. I really do. I believe that they're in big trouble. And I don't want them to be in big trouble. I want them to do great. I want them to thrive. But we have to thrive together. It's a two-way street. I think when we finish our meetings, and it's going to be a big deal. Look, I'm meeting with a lot of other countries, but this seems to be the one that people are very interested in. I think when we finish our meetings in South Korea, China and I will have a really fair and really great trade deal together. I want them to buy soybeans. They stopped buying our soybeans because they thought that was punishment. And it is punishment to our farmers, but we're not going to allow that to happen because I made a great trade deal with China, a $50 billion trade deal, and they were great about it. They were doing everything that they were supposed to do. And then when Biden came in, you know, I used to call President Xi all the time to say, thank you, or you're not buying enough. In other words, they were supposed to buy. Biden, do you think Biden ever called him? I don't think Biden ever called him. You think Biden lied awake at night thinking about trade with China? He didn't know what he was doing.
Don't make me punch myself in the face, China.
But you don't have that anymore.
157%.
China. It's going to be a great trade deal. It's going to be fantastic for both countries. And it's going to be fantastic for the entire world. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Keep going. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Oh. Eli's awake at night? Thinking about Joe Biden? Yeah. We are fucked. That's a nice way of putting it. Well, it's easy when you won't take questions from anybody remotely critical of you. Hmm. Hmm. The rant got really intense at the end. Yeah. What the fuck is Robinhood and Webull so slow? There were a bunch of AWS outages earlier this morning. Trump has BDS, Biden derangement syndrome. Just can't stop thinking about him. Do you ever think we'll be a serious nation again? Or are we just gonna be a laughing stock for all of eternity? The last time we were a serious nation was before Bush. So we started to get back some credibility during Obama after we, illegally elected a dyslexic moron from Texas. But then, we lost it again with Trump. So and we could go back all the way back to Reagan, but Bush too. Baby Bush. Crazy that if you go back to Bush Jr., he sounds much more competent than Trump. Cheney was a better puppet master than Stephen Miller. I remember Bush dodging the shoe that was thrown at him. Reflexes like a cat. Yeah, I think Kissinger is dead. And we still have a chance. Cambodia had a national holiday. Did they? Good for them. Yeah. So boring. I did not make it. So Miller moved because people wrote mean things in chalk on the sidewalk in front of his house. Same energy as when someone threw Mitch McConnell's takeout box down at a cafe. Ooh, speaking of Turtle Mitch, he fell over himself again the other day. We got some more sold puts at 25. This is excessively boring. Bulls still really want 40, 45, it seems. Which one? Not Roger Cheeto. Well, thank God. Hmm. Of course, in Miller's case, it seems to have drawn unwanted questions about how he could afford his home, but we're way past that being an issue. I assume someone just gave him a bag of money. That's how do you buy your houses? Uh, There's more sold puts at 67.25, but not a lot more. And the puts that we're selling at 30 have retreated a bit. We're still largely propped up by bot calls. The 15, 20, 25 bot calls, very specifically from earlier today, haven't really moved a lot. Although there has been a little bit of profit taking on the 20 calls over the last, 20, 30 minutes. No, stable coins don't pay off the US debt. It goes deeper than that. You have to create what's the better way of putting this? They can be used potentially to replace the Federal Reserve. But you need an exchange rate exchange ratio that creates devaluation, like 0.98 to 1 or something like that, in order to devalue them sufficiently to start absorbing debt, which isn't so simple and not generally a deal that anyone would want to take. Is the option switch from Options Strat any good? Haven't used it. So you basically need to create a haircut or some kind of redemption fee. So you're paid, 97 or 99 cents. And you can make some shit up, like funding a backstop or something like that. And a lot, like, use that to impose the, statutory liquidity fee. Effectively a haircut. And then you can force a conversion into like a CBDC or something like that. You do some sort of tax on the transfer. So you get like $1 on the chain, but you get less than $1 back in actuality. Or you could do something like instead of like just a straight peg to the dollar, you could do like a floating NAV, which would create losses inside the reserve. So you could treat it like a prime dealer MMF. So any redemptions will occur at the NAV, not at a fixed dollar. So, if regulators push up duration requirements, you could drive NAV to 99 cents per dollar. So yeah, I mean, if you could force stable coins to hold duration issuance, and then the Treasury ups their issuance, then yields, like they up the duration of their issuance, then that could pump yields up, which would push the NAV down, and then you could clear redemptions at a lower than $1, which would, and by destroying the peg, you would be able to park the debt effectively within the stable coin infrastructure. So basically, you force stable coins into the same position as prime dealers are in now. You create, one of several different ways of redemption or haircut or fees that reduce the conversion rate from those to, a CBDC or back to $1 at a lower rate than they were bought at. And then slowly over time you can offset that debt. You could also just destroy the dollar and switch to a different currency. Brazil did that. Currency destruction. However, that would collapse our economy for a very, very long time. What do we keep bouncing off of? Bot calls at 25. How are you guys trading? Everything is so slow. I'm not. I'm just sitting here. Beanie Babies already made their comeback. They're called Labubu's. And if the idea of using if the purpose of stablecoin legislation is to replace prime dealers in debt markets and get rid of the Federal Reserve, then no, I don't think that would be bullish on ETH. I mean, I guess if the I guess if it drives more volume on the ETH chain, then you could end up getting like more ETH burned than issued. But if they impose a fee or haircuts or something like that in order to sleeve the debt, then that's going to cause exits on the ETH chain, which would be bearish for ETH over time. So I guess it's like, I guess it would depend on the I guess it would depend on how much debt they try to pack into the stable coins and how quickly. And I guess if stable coins are not seen as being equivalent to cash, that's probably bullish for gold and ETH and BTC. But since they're being issued largely by banks, or supposed to be, then that could just siphon flows from like the ETH chain. Hmm. The dollar's not bleeding though. I mean, the dollar's down a lot over the year, but it's fairly stable around like Dixie's been fairly stable around like 98. Hmm. Yeah, I guess it just depends on policy. I don't know if it's just de facto bullish though. The gold skyrocketing is a leading indicator of downies. Yeah. It usually precedes yields doing the same. I think gold skyrocketing is an indicator that no one wants to buy debt. Gold's not yielding. Gold has no yield, so it's a physical asset. It either appreciates or depreciates. It doesn't create any consistent cash flows. So a flight to gold is, generally considered bad. Yeah, gold's rocketing versus all currencies. Who's the CEO of gold? They locked him in They locked him in at Fort Knox. Peter Schiff. Coincidence that we got cyber attacked? Cyber attacks are bullish. Some of the questions are right for the podcast. Also, I don't know if anything changed, but I wasn't bothered by the cuts in the last one. I don't think anything changed. And yeah, semi-joke questions are alright. No, just ask questions. We'll pick from among them. What is it optimal to leg out of spreads versus closing all the legs at once? Thanks. It can be optimal if you expect a reversal or a continuation in price action. Wind down. Yeah, I'll definitely put it up for approval, popcorn. I'm gonna go get some more water. I'll be back. Hey, there it is. 40. They got the push. I wonder if they get all the options from this morning in the money, if they'll sell them. No, no pooping. I just made another coffee. Shit. They're already selling puts. Have you ever had so much coffee your heart beats hard enough to shake the bed? Not coffee. Hmm. That's fucking weird. Hmm. Okay. There's still more upside gaps on SPX. I wonder. Yeah, I guess there is. Oh, that's closed now? Yeah, that's closed. Alright, so the upside gap is closed, which was at 36 to 33. That was the one that we left behind when we dumped on Friday. We haven't really seen too much capitulation from the bulls for most of the day. And as we drive further up into positive gamma, we're more likely to start selling more puts. And selling the puts is stabilizing. Buying the calls pushes the price up. At least here, where gamma's still low. I mean, there were a few times where they almost got pressured out of their bot calls. But they managed to hold. A lot of them were bought at market open, or yes, like on Friday, so it makes sense that a fairly significant number of them have stayed on the chain. Still looks very hard to push above 50. Still running 25 Cs up from the 1238 candle on GS. I think it's time to trim. Yeah, we start running into a bit of resistance here. There are still some bot calls at 40. There are not that many bot calls above 40 anymore. But still quite a lot of them at 40. Earlier today, bot calls at 45 were actually higher. We are getting some bot puts coming in at 40 over the last 5-6 minutes. What's interesting, I think, is that there's still put buyers, which is a little weird, given our push up above 6,700. Okay, those aren't the only two outcomes. You understand that, right? It's not just up or back down. Hmm. Bot calls building 45, 50. Gave the 45 calls a little tap. A little bit of in the money capitulation, 25.30, not very much. Still a shitload of bot calls at 40. Bot calls at 45 are starting to increase. And bot calls came in at 50, and some calls, well, it looks like calls bought back at 50 and 55. Still primarily sold calls to the upside of 45, though. I don't think bears have really tried to get much traction. They do seem to be buying puts on tests at major levels, but yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure we're seeing a ton of push from bears to the downside or anything. Can you explain how there even rise? We don't rise easily into positive gamma. You generally get like a lot of chop and then a very rapid breakout. Usually price improvement in positive gamma environments, especially heavily positive gamma environments, is very stair-steppy like that. Which we're seeing throughout most of today. And the effect, gets more and more difficult over time until you just can't push up anymore. And then, usually it'll fail. Yeah, charm's supportive. But remember, volatility is going to crank back up on rising event vol into the end of the week. So we'll have to either persistently keep shorting vol on the 0 DTE, which is a lot easier here in a positive gamma environment, or, they're going to have to let vol push back up as contract pricing increases into Friday. But this is kind of what I talked about last night in the like, if you look at the IV section, where I pointed out that, there was some negative carry on the 10-day. And I think we're seeing the realization of that, where like we're just seeing, everybody short the ever-loving fuck out of that negative carry premium. I mean, you generally, in a positive gamma environment like this, you need to confirm the downside, so you need to slip support. So, I mean, you can look at the chain where volatility starts to turn up. That'll be the first indication that, things are probably going to move down more rapidly, but generally those levels are heavily defended. So if bulls are trying to push up, especially actively, it means they're selling the short vol. They're selling the puts, and they're not going to want the IV on those puts to spike. And so usually downside levels where IV moves up the sharpest, like 35 to 30 here, or anything under 30, they're gonna try to keep those strikes from going in the money, because then the tail starts to get burned and everybody starts de-risking their out of the money sold puts, which causes the sold puts at spot to have to try to absorb the push down from the market maker, and then that can collapse too. And so it's far better to keep volatility flat and simply short the bump in IV and keep trying to push up. Well, even though people are shorting the fuck out of the short dated, advantageous premiums, volatility demand 30 days out, is still quite a bit higher. So, I think what we got last week was we got a bump in near term volatility expectations, which was, realized very quickly. Obviously, we got a big push up in vol that kind of even broke a little further into the middle of last week when we saw VIX push up to like 25, and now we're seeing some softening in that short dated volatility expectation with the next major data coming in on Friday. It makes sense that people are shorting the near term vol. And if that causes downside puts to get cheaper, then we might see people push into those if they still want to buy hedges. VIX doesn't measure volatility. No, VIX is like a it's basically like a 21 to, what is it, 32 day variance measure of a 21 to like 32 day variance swap on the SPX. So it doesn't actually measure volatility at all. It measures the spreads on out of the money options on SPX and uses that as an interpretation of spot vol. We're probably pretty close to the all-time high on NASDAQ now. Not yet, but close. Nasdaq's up about 3.8% from Thursday or night or Friday morning's low. I will say though, we only have like 2 weeks until the next stage of the Chinese trade deal negotiations. So, and again, I don't think China's gonna budge on the rare earth shit. And then, it's not like Trump signing fucking rare earth deals with Australia now for metals that aren't going to be refined for 12 years is fucking all that bullish. It doesn't change the overarching problem. Real time in front of me. I mean, something depends on the context in which I'm talking about it. Sometimes it's like OI and shit. It looks like the 45s took some profits. There's still a lot of 40 calls on the chain, but we're getting some profit taking at like 35, 30, 25. None of the short puts pulling back significantly, though. We would have to lose 35 here. Yeah, we'd have to lose 35 in order for vol to start pushing up. Again, though, if vol does push up, or like if we lose 30, it can swing the other way still. Despite having a bit of gamma here, I don't think positive gamma is all that strong. You know, like, what are we at? Like 32 billion gamma. Under 30 down to 28. Drops off very, very fast under 15. Still quite a lot of support at 30 though. And then 20 also. I don't expect like a major pullback here at any point. Do you expect a touch of 50? There's some demand out there. I don't know if we get it though. 40, 45 is turning into awful lot of resistance. It might be hard to break out higher. I do think 50 is the potential like top of the trading range though. So there is a chance we could see it. Maybe like end of day if calls get cheaper. Or if we get like a decent pullback. Mm. Hmm. Eternal grind up. Yuck. Yep. We need a lot of capitulation to fail. I will say, starting to get a synthetic short on the 50 strike. So, a little bit of defense to the upside. Not a ton of it. Ugh. You need more bear cope? Just gotta wait. Plenty of time. KV recovered a bit. Ooh, Upstart's getting close to breaking above 50. The carry trade still matters. Especially with the yen fucking tanking last week. Or the week before last. Pretty sharp turnaround in dispersion today. Oh, also earnings coming up. We have Tesla this week. Tech, bunch of tech next week. All-time high today? No, I don't think so. Ooh, agricultural commodities moved pretty hard today. Hmm. Driving today. Mostly tech, big bounce back in finance. Oracle's down pretty hard today, which is interesting. Retail trade dropped back off. Still some rotation into health services. Yeah, seems pretty broad. Just everything pumping. For the most part. Retail trade's doing kind of shitty, but everything else is doing pretty good. Meta's up 2%. Apple's almost up 5%. On slightly stronger iPhone 17 sales. Yep, up 78 points because of vol crash. Well, also vol crash because SPX up 78 points. Well, 116 points. It's like a 1% move day. It's not small. Yeah, Upstart starts to look pretty good, back over 50. I guess you could wait for the technical breakout if you wanted to. I don't think the bull case there is that great, but the technical breakout's above like 50, 50-ish. Roughly. Market's safe because the government might reopen. The government's not reopening. Hmm. Hmm. Now Apple. Holy guacamole. Yep. Natty Gas going nutty plus 12%. Ooh, that's interesting. Really? Still relatively cheap on a long-term time frame, but that is something to watch. I don't know if we're gonna get the 6750 test. If we do, I'm probably gonna sell some calls. I had a friend raise 25 million in funding for an AI model with no actual data or revenue. See? I'm in the wrong business. I probably should have gotten a PhD in neuroscience from Stanford. When were you pushing for a PhD in neuroscience? Yeah, AQN's been moving up. Oh, wasn't? Okay. Oh, how's UGI doing with the pump and nat gas? It's probably fantastic. Turning around. Up a little bit today. USD JPY first reduction candles of the day. Your energy picks are so hot. They were good value. Damn, yeah, AQN bounced right back. Sometimes I wonder if Goric or Popcorn is slumming it harder in the pickle jar. It's me. Although I think Popcorn might be running a close second. It's not that close. Any health pharma stocks on your radar? I'm very interested in everybody who got devalued due to the ACA credits if the Democrats gain any ground on their negotiations. Show us the cock. Thanks, Gorilla Mad. I'm up over 100% on Euro. Nice. You grew up on the streets, though. Popcorn occasionally gives off Ricky Schroeder vibes. I'd probably be interested in, like, UNH or Satine. Or most interested in UNH and Satine. Cigna, Humana, CVS Health. They're all up a little bit already today. With the longer the shutdown lasts, the more likely they are to move up. 1 second. Hmm. A 66.50 close? That's not happening. The chances of getting any pullback today are fairly slim. And a pullback under 35.30 is highly unlikely. We still don't have a reversal, but we're a lot closer to one. We did kind of just fill the upside gap around here, so I don't really know if that's that big of a deal, but the drop in volatility should probably be expected, and I think we maybe see vol pick up towards as we move towards the end of the week. With CPI on Friday. Well, CPI PMIs in Michigan. Does the chicken have lips? Is this a joke? I don't know it. They do have gravity, but it's not over time periods that you're considering. So if you go back far enough, sure. Price on peaks mean reverts over time back to the flip points. But on the intraday, no. Especially not when Charm and Delta are this positive. Hmm. There it is. Hmm. Hmm. 40's a little bit more slippery now, but not much. I don't even know what impractical jokers are. So, no? Did you protest on Saturday? No. I don't do that. I watch everything on the 1 second chart and we'll continue to bet everything on the DF and GF lines. Alright. Doing all right. You? I'm doing alright, man. How are you? I made some kick-ass chicken pasta and chanterelle mushrooms on toast last night, but apparently the heavy cream has given me the pooperations. Are we closing at 40? I mean, somewhere between 35 and 50. I would say it's too early to say we're gonna close at 40. Slipping 40 is a little bearish. Although, it's not like slipping 35. However, vol does start to pick up here a tiny bit. Give me 1 second. Are you able to load option strat? AWS is having a bunch of issues today. It's regional, so I have no idea. I was using it earlier. No, not currently. Holy butt Monday. I know the general pickle jar consensus is still bearish. But there's a price point market. There is a price point market mechanically where you'd have more conviction playing further upside versus downside. I feel like getting above 6,700 was already pretty bullish, and that was in the pre-market. So, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I closed my straddle at 67.25 like way earlier in the day. The bubble's gonna pop. That's not a hard thinker. The question is how long. Left to its own devices with no external pressures, probably a while. I mean, you've got to go through a probably fairly extended period of debt issuance. I guess it depends on private credit markets and how quickly things start to show more cracks there, and probably also the Fed. But there are external pressures. Obviously, everything going on with China is still a very big deal. It's not being priced in because that risk is not up front, and Trump's not meeting with Xi just yet, but will be. And the outcome of those negotiations is probably going to be pretty important. Well, I mean, bonds have been rallying pretty hard, so it makes sense that you'd probably see, we'll probably see some closures where, there was a lot of leveraged short paper. But I still think just cracks, it's not like, short-term yields have dropped to 3% or something like that. Yeah, they're supposed to meet around November 1st, which is when the tariffs go into effect. Yeah, it's like all next week. From the 27th out through like November 1st. But November 1st is the date the tariffs are supposed to go into effect. As well as the next leg of the Chinese economic sanctions. All outages and data breaches are always bullish. Glock, I'm going to be in Cancun on Thursday and Friday, so can you turn off the market? No, but it does appear that hackers are trying to do that. Next week, bank earnings are reporting strong earnings. If tech does, next week could get pretty crazy. Plus, throw in Trump taco or government shutdown ending. There's lots of potential near-term catalysts. For what, though? Like, there's just not that much money left. I mean, we could probably get some more upside, but not a lot. Where's it going to come from? You either need, inflation to increase, or you need money supply to go up. Everybody's already, like, fucking balls deep into equities. Retail flows don't increase substantially, though, into the end of the year. Retail's already, like, pumped this thing to the fucking moon. I mean, like, I don't think we're getting, like, necessarily downside unless, well, the opposite of any of those things happens. Tech earnings aren't good, CapEx is up, Trump doesn't taco, and then the government shutdown's fucking irrelevant. If anything, the government shutdown's furthering the bull case right now, not hurting it. It's very similar to where we hit in, like, December of 24, as far as, the amount of leverage in the system and the amount of, potential money that can be pushed into equities, yeah. If we didn't pump this, where would we have been chopping? We probably would have stayed. It's hard to say, but probably somewhere back around like 6,000. I don't know. I think presumption of too much in either direction is just a really dangerous way to play this. You've got, rabid dip buyers who have potentially no forward returns over the next 5 years due to, just absolutely fucking excessive PEs. And then massive over concentration with a lot of, institutions wanting to de-risk that concentration and move into bonds. You have gold running like actually fucking crazy. And it's non-yielding, so there is definitively, risk that everyone is piling into gold to avoid. It's not a question of is there risk on the horizon. There is. China's got our tech and defense industries literally by the balls. And they didn't, remember that Trump didn't escalate this round of trade negotiations. Trump already did his escalation. Trump responded to Chinese escalation last Friday, and that's why we dropped, 3-4%. 5% on NQ, but that's their escalation. That is their move to combat, disingenuous trade propositions from the U.S. And they have no reason to back down on that at all. Nor have they made any mention of backing off on it. It just simply goes into effect on December 1st. And it doesn't really change anything immediately, but it does give China the reins to say, oh, no more rare earths for you, company X. because you make things for the US government. And that'll be a persistent risk over every tech and defense company for however long it lasts. I don't think the government shutdown's a variable of uncertainty right now. If anything, the layoffs are promoting Fed cuts. So fewer jobs, more likely the Fed will cut and into weaker labor markets. So deflationary overall. Restarting the government and funding it likely to push inflation back up. And, you know, I mean, we don't have that data, but that's also another massive risk, is that, you know, all of that data is just piling up. It's not like it doesn't exist. And right now you can ignore it, but when it's released, it's all going to be realized at once. And that's keeping the demand for volatility in the longer term elevated as well. Well, 35's probably pretty supportive. Yeah, electronic recycling companies will increase in value. Not all of those rare earth minerals are recyclable, or at least it's not cost effective currently to recycle them. There's like a 32% chance that right now that you have like 0% returns on the S&P over the next 5 years. And then, like, as PEs increase from here, the potential for returns starts to turn negative. Although the sample size also decreases rapidly. I don't know. We're in a very weird times right now. I wouldn't be super confident in anything. I don't think increased revenues out of tech is really a substantial catalyst to anything. I think everyone's just worried about their capex. And it's very likely capex is increasing, which, you know, midstreams have a lot of potential, and there's a lot of, you know, undervaluation there. But I mean, if that valuation is realized by you know, if the valuation in midstream companies, and all these, you know, all these companies supporting data center rollout, and that's where, you know, potential profitability is going to move. Then you don't want to be over concentrated in tech companies that are spending tons of money, but the indexes are over concentrated in those companies, and so you might get like outperformance by a bunch of these like midstream, you know, AI suppliers, or data center suppliers. However, as valuation increases there, then valuation should inherently decrease in tech, because that's where the capital's flowing. And so but the weighting of those tech companies in the S&P is not going to be compensated by a rise in PEs across all of these midstream service providers and manufacturers. So that money's going to go somewhere. I mean, bonds, I guess. Clearly some of it's going to gold. That's the problem with the collapse of a bubble, is it usually, you have the bubble, and everything under the sun gets pumped to the moon, and then it all collapses in a really spectacular way. And then like 10 years later, a couple companies rise to the top. I guess with the increase in speed of information and greater participation of retail investors in the market, I mean, recoveries might be faster, but that doesn't change like the overarching issues of, debt to GDP and shit like that, where, there is no near-term solution. There's no band-aid that can kind of hold that up. Like, that just requires a significant period of downturn. Puts printed last week. Stop making puts like a thing that's always on the table. That's not how it works. No, lower back hurts. How's yours doing? Much better. Although I still haven't gotten an appointment with a physical therapist. I'm sure AQN will supply whatever energy they can, or at least they'll raise their costs relative to other suppliers. I know, I'm just messing around. I know you know. There, we got support at 35. That was the time for the butterflies, by the way. Plays, if you were wondering. Dad, I did it. I got the bull spreads at the test of 35. Nice. Model puts dealer short gamma at spot, but longer on moderate rallies before getting shorter. In contrast, dealer gamma positioning remains mostly in the same short range on sell-offs. Yeah. Dealers get short gamma below spot pretty quickly. And the only reason we're not caught in the cycle of up down like last week is because of the overnight push higher into dealer long gamma, which helps with the pinning. How is 24K November 21st calls on the chain? I wonder if those are sold at the top of the channel and that good earnings can squeeze them out? Potentially? I don't know. What strike? This is a good day to get vol priced down, but it could just encourage more put buyers to come in out of the money. Looks like bulls might push for 50 here. Mm. Hmm. Yeah, we're pretty stable, 30, 35. Bot calls at 40 haven't gone anywhere. 35 bot calls are still holding on. I guess we see if we get call buying on the upside move at 45 again. Right now it's still pretty heavily sold. Do you view any current assets as safe? I feel like almost nothing is safe here. I mean, that's part of the reason I picked up more Kenview, is I think, there are sectors which are gonna at least be somewhat insulated. I would assume that consumer non-durables would be one of them. Probably health services would be another. I don't think I'm alone in that thought. I mean, health services are up pretty big today. I would say the sectors most likely to lose valuation would probably be like producer manufacturing, finance, electronic technology, and tech services. But consumer services should probably be fine, at least until unemployment picks up a lot. I generally considered communication safe before. At these prices, I really don't like it very much, but industrial and commercial services probably also pretty decent. Utilities are generally just decent yielders. I don't really see a ton of upside for energy in the short term. Maybe like process industries. There's foreign currencies. If you think the dollar is going to go down, that can be a hedge. There's some interesting potential in like emerging markets. Brazil, I think China's got some potential, especially if they start to combat the U.S. on a on the level at least currently proposed. Um, what else could do pretty well? Mm, Fubo. Mm, no. If people start losing their jobs, they'll start cutting subscriptions. Recession without a lot of unemployment, they'd probably keep them. Recession with a lot of unemployment will absolutely reduce their exposure. Biotech? No. What's up, man? Yeah, everyone's hanging out. Doing alright. Had a nice bear week last week. That was fun. Little bit of movement before we got back to the upside grind that seemingly never ends. Jesus Christ, gold's up almost 4% today. Wild. Hmm. That sounds terrible. What are you gonna do with the other half of it? Starting to struggle a bit with 40 here. That's interesting. Huh. God, there's so much put selling at 35 now, though. If we broke through 35.30 to the downside, shit would get ugly. There are a metric fuck ton of puts sold at both of these strikes. There goes 40 again. A little bit. Vol up. Drugs? Straddles? Alright. Are you gonna get the SPY straddles at the 700 strike? Some pretty decent profit taking on the 40 and 50 calls there. There's a bit more. Yeah, the 40s from this morning might be closing out. It's about 700 of them in the last couple minutes. Interesting. Well, that's a little bit of capitulation. Probably not enough. I'm saying, dude, this can't be sustainable unless that's really just how much money is being printed. I feel like players know gold is going to be revalued. Well, central banks have been consistent buyers since like 2024. The PBOC started picking up more purchases in 2024 and have extended them all the way through this year. So that dip demand stays firm. That's not going anywhere. Also, you have ETF flows. So you had what, like gold ETFs had like, I think it was like 26 billion in inflows for Q3. You're probably going to get a fairly persistent amount of like price insensitive demand out of asset managers simply because of the constant increase in price, and the CTAs are going to back that as well. And then, a lot of the recent leg higher on gold is due to bets that the Fed is going to cut into rising inflation. So, I mean, if the Fed doesn't cut, that could hit gold really hard. But you have the shutdown right now. You have tariffs, the trade shit with China. There's conflict with NATO. There's potential conflict with Taiwan. There's attempted conflict with South America. Well, Argentina or Venezuela. Sorry. Like, I mean, and there's still time before the real effects start to be realized, which is, um, like gold recycling picks up and, mining activity increases. Because at these prices, it's very beneficial for miners to start scaling up. So I would say that, like, unless we see a significant slowdown in purchases from central banks, a significant increase in recycling capacity, or a significant increase in extraction, there's not a lot of reasons for it to go down right now. I've been intermittently MIA here this past year, but I heard you went long gold a year ago. What was your reasoning on the timing there before it became a meme? It was a little more than a year ago. Actually, I first went long gold because I figured the dollar was going to drop against the yen as the carry trade closed out. We've only gotten a little bit of activity in the carry trade over the last year. The Bank of Japan hasn't really done shit to raise rates. Although, once again, they're in a position where they kind of need to. So maybe things will get better there. But yeah, I wanted some sort of, you know, insulation from the dollar, and the gold seemed like the best place to do it. And then, you know, as global debt continued to pile up, and, you know, debt to GDP across like the G20 started to get really excessive. It looked more and more attractive at, you know, 1600, 2400. And so I just kept buying it. Admittedly, I sold a lot of my gold when it hit like 3000. I still have some, like a few long positions, but not much. Not nearly as much as I had. But, you know, we were talking about it for quite some time. If you think the US is fucked, I mean, there's no other, you know, reserve currency. So it's got to be gold. We're not fuck glorp. Haven't you heard we're the hottest dog in the stand? Doesn't matter. No matter how you want to, no matter, I mean, I know you're joking, but no matter what frame you want to put it in, the United States is moving more authoritarian, and authoritarian regimes are volatile. And, you know, history has taught us their debt is not very trustworthy. And since the entire world is massively overexposed to U.S. treasuries, they need to hedge that, and that's the gold. Gold answers that problem. I have heard of brick. You guys know the yield on a Brazilian 10-year bond? Ah, too slow. You're Googling it. It's like 14%. Ah, like 13 and change, but Why aren't we long Brazilian bonds? But you're not? Huh. I would not buy a bond from a guy who was $37 trillion in debt. If we lose 35, Vol's gonna tick up pretty sharply. Like things actually get a little bit bearish under here. I mean, not super bearish. There's other supports, but pretty bearish. Although I don't know. I guess I would still watch 30 for a potential bounce as well. Puts picked up quite a bit to the upside of 40, as did sold calls. Right now, we're sitting on top of a massive fucking pile of short puts. Looks like the 30 short puts are getting bought back. Yeah, so slipping 35 a bit more. Vol's gonna start to turn up as those puts go in the money. Delta's gonna shift, which could start driving like a bit of a squeeze down. Yeah, Delta's already shifting. So yeah, we could push down. I mean, positive gamma X or positive delta has the same, you know, downside bid to cover that negative gamma has to the upside. Although it's usually a little slower to be realized because gamma is generally positive, but it's not here. Nice, Pepe. No, SPX isn't going to 1750 by the end of the week. That's ridiculous. Hmm. Ooh. Another bounce off 35. That's interesting. I think I might sell some calls up here this time. 45 test. Because 50 is still possible. Squeeze out the short calls. This looks healthier over the last 12 months, right? Texas. Texas, New York, New Jersey, DC. Interesting. Popcorn fired 1 million employees in Texas. I wouldn't be surprised. Hmm. Hmm. Woo! Back to 40. Still like looks like 50 is possible. I hope Tesla shits the bed on earnings like it always does. You trying to blind yourself? That was bright as fuck. Wow. You actually think they will? Eh, it's not exactly easy. Are you straddling tonight? No. Why is gold pumping with the market? Because, I mean, well, it's very obvious that institutional investors are going one way and retail is going the other. I mean, look at the retail flows into the S&P last week. Everybody and their mother bought the fuck out of the dip. It's almost like propaganda is super effective. Baron is really good at his computer. These banks are buying gold, keeping the price high, but when these central banks actually face stress, they'll sell the gold just as hard. Not if gold continues to rise in the face of a falling dollar, they won't. They'll keep it as a hedge to all their dollar-denominated assets. That's why they were buying it in the first place. Then they'll sell it. It's very easy to get margin on paper gold. Physical, obviously, much harder. But it can be used as collateral. Of course. Well, physical gold, you'd have to prove the ownership. It's a little more difficult, but and paper gold it's dollar denominated commodity, right? So it's same as cash. No, there's no dividends. Gold is non-yielding. God damn it. Well, the assumption isn't that the dollar will crash. At least not yet. The assumption is that the dollar will devalue over time. In which case, you need a bunch of gold if you're overexposed to U.S. debt. Especially if you're, a foreign entity. If gold is not yielding, then how did Harry Potter earn interest? Well, you know the last 5 years where nobody upgraded their iPhone because they kept making the same fucking iPhone? Well, now people need to upgrade them. There's caps on gold for margin. They're, yeah. I think under Basel III, gold is not like HQLA. So it's not exactly the same as like, cash or sovereign bonds. So you can raise financing against gold exposure, right? And you can post gold as margin, but it is haircut, and the percentage of your total cash can only be so much gold due to liquidity. The thing about a flight to gold is gold is not inherently very liquid. It's a more illiquid market. So it's not as easy to move it. There's, disruptions in the delivery of gold, which can be problematic. May already start to be problematic. Flush, pump, or stay here. And both could push this as high as 67.50 in the last 10 minutes. I would say, given that we've been trading here since like 1 o'clock, basically, it's probably fairly unlikely that the imbalance is all that impactful. Give me 1 sec, I gotta answer. We get the MOC. Yeah, minimal. Nasdaq was a little bigger, but Dow negative. Greg's actually a barista that streams from the supply closet on his breaks. How did you know? Bought a 5-ounce rhodium bar last year to hedge, although I don't have much liquidity for that, but I'm sure someone out there would want it if we really broke higher. Yeah, maybe. Netflix earnings split announcement? That'd be interesting. Is there any realistic chance the Fed doesn't cut end of month? Yeah, sure. CPI's hot. CPI is already above trend, and there's really no indication that labor's weakened significantly. I mean, at least the Fed's own internal data isn't showing any significant weakening in labor, and they're actually showing wages up across all 12 districts, and wage inflation's already been a big fucking problem for the Fed, so yeah, I think there's a very good chance that the market is completely fucking wrong about the Fed cutting 2 more times this year. Also, if the Fed does cut, it's going to put more pressure on the short paper. Maybe we get more ETFs closing. I don't think anything good comes from the Fed cutting. It was like back in September of last year when I started talking about that, I think. I mean, liquidity will dry up on the front end, which forces the Treasury to issue debt at higher levels. Longer durations. The faster the dollar falls, the more exposed anybody who's short the short end becomes. So the thesis was that in order to prop up the cost to carry in the long end, all the banks were shorting the short end. which if the Fed cuts or Japan hikes, tightens. It's in Pickles Picks. Somewhere. Yeah, I posted it in the Pickle Pick discussion. Oh shit, we sold back off again. Get fucked, bulls. Oh, son of a bitch. Ding. So gold up 430 bips is perfectly normal, right? So we closed a little bit above the average expected move today, climbing 103 basis points versus the expected 78. Obviously, market makers losing out a little bit on the upside move there, but some weakness into the back of the day kept bulls off of their price target of 750. While in the money calls bought Friday and this morning were able to hold price action up after the initial rally at like 10:30 this morning. This puts us a little bit above the 67-66 breakout, but still well below the reversal point up here at like 6,800. Obviously, a fall back here could continue to fall back to trend. Important levels to watch to the downside on ES are going to be 67.66 and 67.50. A loss of 67.50 opens up a retest at the prior week close. If we fall below that like 6,700 level on ES, things actually start to get pretty bearish again, and you start to get a a breakdown of what is kind of an expanding wedge here. Generally, I mean, this is what we're seeing here. This price action is indicative of an increase in realized volatility. Even if we're seeing, implied volatilities decline. So that means that, if historic vol is staying elevated, the opportunity for implied vol to snap back is very high. Dollar moved up a tiny bit today, not too much, but still continuing its bounce from Friday. Yields mostly across the top end declined, but the 3-month as well. With the 6-month, 2-year, 5-year underperforming. Correlation snapped back super hard between Friday and today, and that just people continued to push into the short end of dispersion. As you can see, core 1 month declining at a significantly more rapid rate than 3-month correlation. A lot of this is probably due to earnings coming up. Remember, we have tech earnings this week and next week. And then, NVIDIA further out in the quarter. But with tech earnings coming up, everybody's going to want to ride the increase in volatility on the underlyings, and that means that it opens up an opportunity to short vol on the indexes, at least in the near term. And we're seeing that obviously a little bit more aggressively in the near term than we are in the 3-month. Commodity futures up quite a bit, mostly on the back of precious metals, copper, the move up in agricultural commodities, but oil's still down a little flat. Nat gas moved quite a bit higher today, though, which was definitely something to keep an eye on, especially in regards to inflation internationally. 3-month correlation declining, but bond volatility remains fairly fucking flat. Forward yield on volatility back to negative, negative 4.23%. I think it ended last week just slightly positive. And we see leverage on the carry starting to drop off into the back of the day after running up over the last 2 days. So it may be, if we're keeping an eye on that carry leverage in relation to the forward yield on vol, as that leverage continues to decline, that we start to see volatility tick back up, and it doesn't look like the 10-2 increases are really shifting. So if we continue to see the 10-2 climb, then that demand for long vol is going to continue to push up as people move more heavily into bonds. Skew climbing, it's like the 3rd day in a row now, 4th day in a row. I think we've seen skew continue up, so I think that out of the money put demand is there. But probably, short puts in the short term, so. Correlation fell for the first time in several days. I think it's been rising pretty steadily since like October 2nd. And so this is the first day we've seen any downside move in that correlation. However, correlation is still, only like 83%. There's plenty of room for it to move more positive, which may be, the next leg up we see in volatility if we do get one. However, with correlation falling, I would be careful going long vol until it's priced a bit more fairly. Fed fund futures relatively unchanged, I think, for the day. Not much going on there. The 10-2 curve dropped by about 4.39%. And we see a bit of an uptick in leverage just today. So slightly bullish, but still lower than our prior high. And, S&P also still lower than the prior high. So some leverage picking up, but not necessarily a whole lot. Today is our first close above the 20-day moving average, which is slightly bullish, and should open up an opportunity to retest the all-time high, if not push up past it. And that would give us, upside targets in the range of around 6,800 out to about 6,836. In the short term, and with no data this week, I think there's a very good chance that we could continue to see, implied volatility fall, and that opportunity to short it will increase. However, Tesla earnings could be a break point for that. If the earnings are a big miss or a disappointment or guidance isn't what is expected, that could weigh on some of the other tech earnings. However, Tesla isn't as related, and so while it might do some damage to NQ, it's unlikely to shake the dispersion trade out, and you would really need, like, you know, Amazon, Google, Apple, Microsoft, those earnings to shit the bed in order for anything substantially bad to happen. So I think dispersion's likely to stay high. Obviously, keep an eye on the 20-day moving average. That's a pretty good confirm for downside. And then, you know, just probably expect more upside as we continue to gain positive gamma and things become more stable and some of that pinning comes back in the short term. Yeah, Gamma Strike now has a YouTube channel where you can check out a couple of videos that we've posted on the UI and episodes of Vol Stars. Yeah, I stick to the daily time frames for moving averages. I think they're fucking useless on shorter time frames. Even here, I'm not a huge fan, but at least they're so fucking smooth that it's like somewhat reliable. Anyway, that's about it. So thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a great night, guys. Later.